Okay. Do the systems check here. Need to update the day. The 6. And get right into it. I'm a lone wolf today. That's okay. First order of business. As per usual. First 50 done. Okay. So let's hammer this out. So basically what we're doing is we're making it so any input is handled the same way across the entire app, which is going to give it that seamless feel of it just understanding you no matter where you start talking to the agent. And basically what I figured out is we need to split input into 2 streams of data that we want to collect. And in order to come to this realization, I had to think about, what makes up a person, right? What type of context would one ever be able to provide, essentially? And what I boil it down to is there's basically 2 things at play. The first of which is what I called state of being, or a collection of states of being, which is basically descriptors about who you are or your current state that are not specifically or necessarily mapped to what you're doing, right? So, for example, I can say I'm tired, or I can say I believe in God, or I can say I'm a leftist, or I can say I'm a rightist, or I can say I'm feeling angry, right? So these are states of my being that don't necessarily, but can map to what you do, which then naturally segues into the other stream of this input, this dual input model that I've developed is what you do, right? So states of action, right? And then the idea is anytime the user gives an input, they will have that input parsed in a way that anything that belongs to states of being gets saved in that data set. Anything that belongs to state of action, which specifically in the case of this app maps to like feature functionality essentially, it will get saved over there. And then anytime there is a target within the app, meaning there is a state of action, basically what happens is it will query the states of being and it will reason and figure out whether or not that context, that surrounding state of being context, should be mapped to the state of action. And that is how we are going to handle things moving forward. It's the best solution I could come up with, and I think it's a pretty elegant solution for boiling down this type of dichotomy between context regarding action and context surrounding action, essentially. So that's that. And now what we need to do is basically write what that means down in terms of data structure. So for states of being, I basically split that up into three things, right? So I was thinking, right, like what makes somebody who they are? Well, it's kind of cliche, but it's true, right? There's kind of three things. There's your state of your mind, your state of your body, and your state of your soul, right? So mental states, physical states, and spiritual states essentially kind of encapsulates the entire spectrum. So we're going through each of those one by one and figuring out what fits into those. So for example, you can see here for states of mind, we have emotional states, political states, intelligent states. For states of body, it would be things like energy, health, alertness, um, things like that. States of soul would be data regarding your beliefs, your level of belief, that type of stuff. So basically, the immediate goal right now is to iron out these three sub states of states of being and figure out what data we care about collecting. So essentially, we can do an all-encompassing sweep of states of being. Um, yeah, the more work I do on this project, it seems like a big part of solving the real issue behind this app's functionality is being able to map human behavior to ontology and clean data structuring in order to capture that state, right? And you would think, well, wow, like humans are so complex, right? And that's true, but you really boil it down, it's actually not that complicated. So let's work on these one by one. Let's start with states of mind, and we'll do emotional states because I've done some work on this already. So I want to try to go quicker here today, but I don't want to go too quick. And the goal in this iteration is not going to be to map out absolutely everything. Um, but the way I will structure it is so that as more things become prevalent to me or things that I think should be added, they can just be baked in. Like I can just add more pieces of data into the states of mind because I'm going to structure this as a flexible JSON B structure. And basically, we can just append more states within each state as I discover them or as they become relevant for capturing more context that maybe this first version won't account for. So let's go ahead and start that. Um, so how do I want to write this in like a compact way? Um, what I'm gonna need to do. So for example, like you have the happy sad scale, right? This is essentially a measure of joy. Um, and then I have obviously the other ones written down here. But what I'm trying to figure out is, do I want to? So I'm gonna take a screenshot of this basically and give it to Cursor, and it needs to understand what I'm talking about in the screenshot as well as with supplementary context that I've actually already started to give it. So I'm trying to figure out if I need to break these down really complexly here in this writing, or if it would be better to just keep it simple and then have like somewhere that would break these down later elsewhere. Like I might keep this as more of like a high level. I think we're gonna do that. Happy, sad, excited. Let's yeah, we'll keep writing like this. It's fine. You know what? I don't like how this looks. I don't think the agent will like it either. So We're gonna do it like this. Let me just get these written down quick. Um, so just for a nice, clear overview, I'm working on states of being right now, and I've solidified that I want the three major states capture this who you are context that is not necessarily but could be mapped to states of action. The three top level states are going to be state of mind, state of body, and state of soul. And now I'm working specifically on state of mind. Basically, what I have right now is I'm working on the first subcategory of states of mind being emotional states. What I have right now is a happy, sad, excited, bored, loving, angry, and calm, anxious. Those are the four scales from 1 to 10 that I want to capture in emotional states so far. Can you think of any other emotional states that might be worth capturing? I don't want to have any redundancy with the four emotional states that I just listed. To my understanding, this should cover pretty much all emotional states um, in conjunction with the other states of body, soul, um, all of those other things. Basically, the idea is I want to keep it absolutely bare bones and have no redundancy anywhere across any of these states, only having the necessary data structure. Let me heat up my coffee. Let's see. Valence, arousal, social relational tone. Yep. Any more emotional spiritual? Yeah, I don't think much more is needed. Let me see. Yeah, grateful is like a compound, I would say, of the exactly. Yeah, so basically the idea is that if something doesn't fit into these, there should be a mapping, right? Like for example, the emotion of being grateful for something, right? That's basically a combination of, like happy and loving, or maybe happy and excited. There's some sort of mapping essentially, and I think I'll just let the LLM reason with that. I see the gap you're pointing out, and the possible difficulty with having the overlap between calm and bored and anxious and excited. That could definitely get messy depending on what the user's input is. Maybe something better than excited bored is like interested and disinterested. What do you think about that swap? So I'm starting to think now the 1 to 10 scale thing is probably not the best idea. Rather, they should just be like flags. Like if like they either said they're tired or they're not, right? Like it's almost impossible to reason about the number for the LLM. I think that number reasoning is more of a downstream process once there's say a collection of tired flags in a day, right? Like if they keep saying I'm tired, I'm tired, I'm tired, then the LLM could reason that like maybe the value of tiredness is like a 7 or 8 at that point. So I think we need to move away actually from this number scale idea and instead of having this slider, it should just be like a true false. And then it basically would store the parse next to the thing that they said that indicated something about this, right? So basically, what I'm saying is first I wanted to store this as an int, basically between 1 and 10, meaning 1 is they're the most sad they can be, and 10 is the most happy, but that probably won't work well. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make it just be a list. Still gonna need to be a JSON because we're going to, inside of this happy, it will be another JSON like this that holds the arse. You know what? It doesn't need to be a JSON here. It can just be. So this is actually an array. An array of JSONs, I believe. Yeah, exactly. Like this. Hate drawing these things. So it's an array of JSONs, essentially with a key value. Right? Does that make sense? So that's an array of JSONs within this state of mind. Is again an array of JSONs. an array of an array. So I think this can't be an array because I don't think, I'm not sure if this language supports JSONs. Sorry, arrays that don't have identical types, which they won't be. I don't think. Anyways, so an array. So this just stores the parse, the mapped parse, basically. And then we do that for each one. I think that's the best way to do this and the cleanest way. Happy, sad, um, and do I want to write this for every? So I could actually just make a full exhaustible list at this point. Um, Okay, so a couple things. I think in this initial input capture table, it doesn't actually make a lot of sense to do this slider model type of thing where like it's 1 for sad, 10 for happy, because it's almost impossible for the LLM to actually reason in any way about that value given just one singular user input. Instead, I think we should segregate each emotion within the emotional states subsection of the states of mind. So, for example, it would be like happy, sad, excited, bored, all as separate entries. And then basically, the way we store this is for each of those emotions, it will just store the string that map to that emotion. And then basically, the way that the system can infer values of that over time is either through direct user input when they report, like, say, a 7 out of 10 energy on some sort of further downstream UI indicator, giving like feedback on their workout or whatever, or if there's a lot of signals, say the user all day said, I'm tired, I'm tired, I'm tired, there could be a query of this state of mind, emotional states. And if there's a bunch of tired flags throughout the day, now the LLM could start to reason about how tired they actually are. So this is a lot stronger. A lot stronger. It will work much better. So let's start going through the list now of what we want to have. Get rid of all this. It's just no, we're gonna maintain visual clarity here instead of anything else. So basically look like this. Good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You got it. So now that we've made this split into more discrete emotions rather than having a scale, I think we might actually be able to account for more emotions rather than just those initial eight that I mentioned. Give me a full exhaustive list of all emotional states that would be worth capturing. Remember, don't have any redundancy, but still make it a full exhaustive scope to capture any state of emotion that a human might experience. Another approach to this is basically just tell the LLM like this emotional state thing can get mapped to any emotion. And then instead of imposing like a rigid structure that I have to come up with, you could just say when you are reading a user input, consider the fact that this might be a state of mind, emotional state, or any of them, and think about what you would write basically, right? So if the user says like I'm tired, it would figure out like it's a state of body regarding energy, and then it would parse accordingly. So let me ask it what it thinks about that. That might be better because this might limit it, and what I'm more concerned about is me actually spending infinite time thinking about the entire taxonomy of human emotion, um, which probably isn't a good use of spending my time. It's more important just that I understand this idea, and then maybe I let the LLM do that thinking. So one thought I just had is it's a pretty daunting task to actually try to cover the entire emotional state of a person. Um, and that's just one of the branches, right? Like it would take days and days to probably really think through this, or I mean, regardless of how long it takes. The point I'm making is it's maybe impossible to do an exhaustive list, or at least very difficult. So what I'm thinking maybe is give the backbone structure, meaning like state of mind, and then an emotional state would be a subcategory of that state, and bake that backbone structure into the data, but then give the instructions to the LLM that when it receives an input that it should go in and reason about that input and map according to understanding what the data structure is supposed to look like, rather than me actually enforcing what all of the different emotions are that it should be looking for. Rather, let it look for those emotions on its own, understanding where it should fit within this data structure. What do you think about that? You guys can't even see this. What branch am I on right now? Yeah, so the idea is basically that this taxonomy or ontology, whatever, this ontology exists, right? But it's probably not smart to try to actually segregate all of that ontology in the data, and instead let the LLM do that, right? Because the reality is there's a lot of different things that people can say, right? So it should be able to take whatever they say and basically figure out how this maps. I think one thing I'm noticing about using these LLMs in a smart way is you don't want to give them no structure, but you don't want to give them too much structure. And I think this is kind of the sweet spot that we're looking for. Like you want to give them room to think, but you want them to operate from within the framework that you want them to think. That's kind of the idea. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, like I want to give it as many examples as possible as to how things should map without actually imposing that in the data structure and then letting it just essentially map those examples to the data structure. Okay, so let's lock that in. That's what we're gonna do. I really like this idea. So basically all that's of a concern to me is that these exist. And all I care about is that it understands what this means, right? So the first thing I should think about is what all of the states of mind are, right? Like that's the type of structure that we want it to have, I think. We give it the state of mind, body, soul, that's a rigid structure, and then we also give rigidity within each of those states. Then the one further nested branch in there, we give it that's where we give it the ability to think. Okay, yeah, I like this redirection. It makes a lot more sense. I think it will work a lot more practically as well. So basically, the level of rigidity that I do want to impose is the outermost layer, meaning state of mind, body, and soul. And then I also want to impose one more rigid layer that the LLM should be essentially attempting to map to, given all of the instructions that we're going to build later for it to map to those sections. So let's continue working on states of mind right now, building that one nested branch within there, all of the states of mind essentially. So emotional state is one. I already came up with political state, intelligence state. Um, are there any other states of mind that you can think of that would not go inside of states of body or states of soul? Let's try to do a full pass of states of mind and get a nice internal structure for that going. After we do that, we'll go on to defining rules for each of those internal states. That's my RuneScape tweaking. No, I just realized I think it's going, I think, only one or two screens. Let's see. I think this one. Hmm, I don't know. Doesn't matter. Where is this writing to right now? Sorry, just one check-in right now. I see you updating some sort of plan file or something called coaching memory architecture. I don't see it anywhere. Where are you actually writing to right now? Should it be like somewhere in the top of the cursor UI? I just want to make sure that we're in a branch off of the main and you're not actually, touching the main or any files or anything like that. So it came up with emotional, political, intellectual, clarity. So like a level of certainty. So basically, emotional, political, intellectual. The idea with intellectual is like, I want the LLM to this might sound weird, but I basically think the LLM should be able to figure out how smart the person is that they're talking to. So if somebody says something that's like really smart, it should know that they're dealing with somebody who's capable of thinking, right? Because the way you coach somebody who's smart versus not so smart is very different, right? So that's the intent of this intellectual capture here. It's important that the LLM knows how smart the person is dealing with. So clarity. Yeah, I like that. That makes sense. And then motivational. Isn't that emotional though? Um, like motivation, is that an emotion? Let's see what it says about it. Keep putting it off. So let's see. Let's see. Yeah, that's not really emotional. So that's pretty good. So basically, your state of emotion, your thoughts on politics, how smart you are, how certain you are, how motivated you are. Um, so I think that motivational one should also capture like ideas of discipline. I don't think we need like another. Instead of motivation, let's call it like driving factors, maybe. Like drive, let's call it drive. Because drive can come from motivation, discipline, anything. So basically things that uh map people towards doing actions, basically. So drive, I think, is better. Motivation is more of a subset of drive, right? There's probably even a better word than drive, but so emotional. Anyways, so I think that's pretty solid. Emotional makes sense. That's basically the full suite of how somebody feels like internally, right? Or towards someone else, I guess. Um, no, I don't like that. Yeah, that makes sense. So emotional for sure is one, political for sure is one, intellectual for sure is one. I changed it just to say clarity instead. Basically, this is like a measure of how certain they are about something. Um, Maybe instead of clarity, it should be called certainty, actually. That's probably better. Yeah, I'm gonna switch that to certainty. And then instead of motivation, I switched it to drive because basically the idea is that drive has subcategories like emotion and like discipline and all those other things. So basically, the idea with this drive category is it's things that lead people towards action, right? So discipline can do that the same way motivation can, the same way anything else can, basically, right? So, um, whatever the person's drive is would get mapped to here. What do you think about those changes? And are there any other subsections of state of mind that you can think of? So I think, yeah, we swap this to certainty. So what did it want this to mean for too much on my plate? So it was actually getting at something else. It was more along the lines of so certainty and clarity actually are separate things, right? Like state of mind for clarity is more like I have mental space, right? Like I'm clear. I have the capacity to think. And then certainty is how sure they are. So certainty and clarity, I think, are both important. And they are actually unique. So we have these for now. Um, yeah, yeah. So it understands this. Oh, that's important. Self-worth is extremely important. So identity is actually so I'm a piece of shit, for example, or I'm the greatest to ever do it. Like that's actually extremely important states of mind. So identity is very important. Interpersonal feelings like relationship states of mind. I think that would still map to emotional. I think creativity is a subsection of intellectual. That's fine. Values. That's um. So if intellectual is basically intellectual should be more like uh, so I think we should actually so what's the difference between clarity and attention. I guess they are different, right? Clarity is more like, while I'm thinking, I can think, and then attention is how long can I think for. I think attention is good. I'm thinking that intellectual may actually be like a catch-all for things like morality, politics. And whenever the user says something about that, like that involves any sort of reasoning or, like opinion-based thinking or whatever, it would go in there. I think that's better. Yeah, that makes more sense. And then I moved attention into here. Identity I added. The relational one, I'm not so sure. I think creative would go inside intellectual. Anytime they're doing something with their mind, right? Like some sort of, actually, no, that's more of an action, right? So this one I'm a little bit unsure of how to handle. I think it's just more about views, right? Like intellectual views that are opinion based, but not necessarily associated with action, right? So, like a view you have on this, or your understanding of math, or your opinion on some policy, or whatever, right? Something like that. So, emotional certainty is like how sure. Clarity is how confident. No. Clarity is ability, the think capacity, and then attention is duration, right? It's a measure of time of clarity, right? Not necessarily clarity. You can have low clarity, high attention, so they are different. Identity is making sense. Yeah. Okay, so I did a little bit more thinking. Here's where we are right now. So emotional is easy. That's basically capturing any of the emotional states that somebody could be feeling. One refactor that I'm thinking is regarding intellectual. So this is basically anytime the user is asserting any sort of position that involves reasoning, any sort of position or mental process that's not necessarily tied to doing an action, right? So their ability to think about math or their ability to reason about something. And then basically, like politics would actually be one of the categories that would get picked up in intellectual rather than being its own category. Same with creative thinking, sort of like any type of thinking would fall into this intellectual um, catch-all type of thing for like ability to reason in different ways and about different things, including morality, politics, creativity, like anything basically. And then we're going down the list here. So certainty is basically a measure of how sure the user is about what it is they're thinking about. Drive, we already covered. Clarity is another one, actually. This is basically their thinking capacity. So, how capable are they of thinking right now? How clear is their mind? Identity is a great one that you pointed out. We should definitely add that in as its own subcategory. And then I actually decided to move attention into states of mind instead of state of body. And basically, attention is the duration in which um, the state of mind lasts, or their ability to do something lasts in this sort of state of mind context. So attention is more of a measure of duration, clarity is more a measure of their thinking capacity, and then certainty is how sure they are of something that they're thinking about. That's where I'm at so far. Do a full review of that. Let me know what you think, and then let me know if there's anything else you think we should add, change, clear up. Starting to come together for sure. This is much stronger of an idea. The issue I was facing before was twofold. Like first, the major issue was like how do you handle every input the same, right? Which then asks the question, what encapsulates everything that can happen in an input? And then the answer to that is either a state of being or a state of action, right? That's all there is. And then the second problem was how do you once you have recognized how to, split that input stream, how do you actually store the data in a meaningful way so the LLM can use it, right, to do things with it? And the struggle is being able to structure the data enough so that it just doesn't do anything and it doesn't have enough guidance, but also not trying to map out every single possible iteration and thing that can happen because one, that's probably impossible. Um, if not impossible, it's just it's extremely overwhelming or extremely complex to think about, and it probably wouldn't work very well to be honest. So the trick in this scenario is basically to give the right amount of structure and also give the LLM the freedom to think within that structure, given some sort of clear instructions regarding that structure. So let's see what it came up with here. It feel, yeah. How sure are they? How capable? Thinking, yeah. How long does this mindset mode last? Yeah. Yes. Very good. Yeah. So this whole intellectual thing being a measure of how smart someone is, like basically what we want to do is capture anytime anybody's doing some sort of like reasoning, right? And then it won't know how smart they are just off of that, but the idea is it can go back and query that later and come up with some sort of analysis of this person's intelligence profile over time as they've, reasoned about more things and contributed more of this intellectual data. Over time, it should be able to perform very well with, profiling people's intelligence and political views and things like that. me just read over this prompt here. Yeah, so that's important distinction. Identity versus emotion. Like it's not if somebody says I'm angry, that doesn't necessarily mean they identify as an angry person. So we need to be careful about that. That's not quite understanding what I mean about attention. Okay, so it seems like the main tension point right now is regarding attention. So consider this, right? Somebody with a bad attention span gets distracted frequently, right? But that doesn't mean that while they are paying attention that they have a high level of clarity. So there is something different going on there. Attention is more of a measure of the ability to stay in connection to a state of action, right? And clarity is essentially the ability to perform within that state of action. Should understand that now. I've been anxious for days. Emotional. No, that has nothing to do with attention. No, no, no. So it didn't understand that time. So let's see. Thought about this. Intentional. Orthogonal. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. 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 Now it understands what I said. Exactly. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, saying anxious all week would have absolutely nothing to do with attention. This would just be a repeated emotional signal of anxiety. Attention is strictly regarding the ability to stay tied to an action that they have a drive towards. or maybe even that they don't have a drive towards, but are still attempting to do in action, right? So attention is basically just a measure of staying tied to action. So it's showing this place. Yeah, exactly. That would be low motivation, high attention. There's something I said to be clear about before. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I remember. Yeah, one other thing that I thought of before I forgot to mention is regarding identity. So it's different if somebody says I'm angry or I'm feeling angry versus them saying I am an angry person, right? So we need to be careful about mapping things to self-identity versus just like current states of mind, right? Identity could potentially get more of a mapping down the line if there's like repeated emotional signals kind of thing. So if they don't explicitly self-identify, we could infer a self-identity based on, repeated flags of states of mind. So that's just one thing to be considerate of. Not falsely mapping self-identity unless they explicitly say something like that, and then letting maybe further downstream processes develop a self-identity through inference of other states of mind, states of body, states of soul, etc. Okay, that's looking good. Just one further thing I want to add to this, so we make sure that we're on track for this plan that we're gonna eventually implement and build ultimately. So basically, what we're doing right now is refactoring one consolidated input capture table that handles every single user input across the app anytime they talk to the agent on any page anywhere. And the idea is that this input capture table with the correct logic and gating and structure and LLM prompts and everything correctly can handle whatever the user input is, wherever it's coming from, parse that data correctly within this table, and then target the correct downstream process within the app. That's basically the idea. So I just want to lock in and make sure that we know and are on the same page for that before we do a final review of this states of mind subsection of states of being. And then after we do that final pass of that, we can move on to states of body. Okay. Yep. 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 It's becoming quite elegant. This is a very good solution. It's actually probably the first time that it felt like this is the long-term direction that the app needs to go for it to work properly. This is this I think is the key idea here. I can't find this thing that is talking about this page. Yep, exactly. For some reason I can't see this plan page that you're updating. Can you just pull it up in the cursor UI here for me so I can click it and see it? I don't know how to navigate to it. Yes. Let me try to get that up here. Here we go. Should pull it up. Let's see. So cursor builds a bunch of plans on your machine, basically. Let's see. Okay, this is good. I've got it up now. Thanks. Let's do that final pass of states of mind. Let me know if you notice any gaps where you think it's gonna do well, where you think it might struggle, anything you think we should add or remove. Let me know so we can lock it in and move on to states of body. So it's a lot quicker than just thinking by yourself. Like anytime you're trying to come up with an idea, I think the best way to do it now that we have this technology is basically like start thinking through it a little bit on your own before you interact with any LLM. But once you have like that intuition of like, okay, the idea is not there, but it's kind of there. That's when you bring it into an LLM and you just start spitballing, and then it's gonna say something that's gonna trigger the next thought that you need to progress in the development. Whereas if you don't do that and you just think on your own, it usually takes a lot longer to get to that end result if you even ever get there at all. So I think that's the way to use these things when you're trying to brainstorm. And then you just iterate. Yeah, 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 yeah. I like this. I like this a lot. Yeah, so this is for sure to be careful about the intellectual branch. I don't think it's that hard to deal with though. I think it's basically anytime they say something that is some sort of position or line of reasoning or something that involves some sort of thinking capacity, you just parse it in there and then you just start collecting those parses and you flag it with whatever the LLM thinks it is that they're being intellectual about. That's basically it. Yeah, yeah. So an idea I just had is like these are like per user input maps, but then what you do long term is like these essentially would get mapped to like an identity profile, right? So like longer term, outside of the input capture, there would basically be a mirror to this table, which would keep track of these types of flags, right? Like so, like there would be a long-term persistent emotional profile, a long-term persistent intellectual profile, their drives, all these things. So you capture it like on a per input basis, and then later you build like a longer-term um, persistent mirror of this as you gather more context, and the system can learn more confidently about the person. Okay, one small deviation here, just an idea I had that I want to make note of before I forget about it. This is basically per user input. We're capturing all of this data, which is awesome because it's basically the first time the user faces the machine and you collect the information for the first time. Long term, eventually, what we want to be able to do is build like a persistent profile of the person's state of being and states of actions. And essentially, the way that would work is over time, as user inputs are collected in real time for states of being and states of action, over time, we would essentially map those to their longer term persistent states of being and states of action. We don't need to think about how to actually do that transfer of data for now, but it's just something to consider. So basically, it's like an in the moment capture of being and action, and then there's also going to be a longer term inferred version of this that's more persistent about their overarching or longer scale states of being and states of action. Okay, let me just finish reading this and then we're gonna go on to states of body. Okay, do not start following me. Good. Oh no, it's about to follow me. I think it's not good. Good. So what the camera's doing is it when it thinks it's like randomly trying to track me, and then if I can't and I move out of the way, it'll stop trying to. I don't know. Very weird. Okay. Drive first. Yeah, yeah. That's easy to handle. Drive will basically be like anytime they say something like I want to, or like it's more like in hindsight or in anticipation type of thing rather than saying I am going to do this. Like that's you saying I am taking action. That's not a measure of drive. That is the actual action. But that's fine. Clarity versus body. Yeah, that's easy. Yep, identity versus emotional. That's fine too. That's easy. It's basically identity unless they explicitly say like I am this person, like I am, or I always, or some sort of inference along like a longer term uh like assertion about something. Emotion is like I'm feeling angry, right? Or I am whatever. And then the I self identity would be more so an inferred measure over shorter term signals of emotion over time or shorter term signals of intellect or those types of things. Like just because somebody says I'm smart, right? That doesn't mean they are something like that. But I guess that would be their self identity anyways, regardless of whether or not they are. I don't know. That is something to think about, I guess, actually. How it decides what actually gets a self identity flag. Think about that more later. Fine. Don't think it needs to be canonicalized. Like basically the idea is that no matter what the LLM comes up with on the user input, you just trust that it's doing something right, which it will. Like, and then the difference between anxious and stressed doesn't really matter that much, I don't think. Like later when it goes to query this data and figure out how to give coaching, like it should be able to think about, oh, like maybe stress and anxiety are related or could have been interpreted as the same thing. And, uh, basically it should be able to account for its own potential errors, which should be able to do. I'm not worried about that one. Not sure what it means by this. Social. So this was something I was thinking about. What would this like whether like a measure of whether they want to be isolated in a group. Like I just want to be alone. I think that's an emotional state. Okay, so I was thinking a little bit about your social field that you suggested, and basically what I thought is that's pretty much just a subcategory of an emotional state. Like for example, say the user says they want to be alone. The emotion would just be something like isolation or whatever, or if they want to be in a group, then the emotion would be like some sort of like social measure of being in a group, you know? So I don't know if social is its own subcategory of states of mind. I think that's just maybe in an emotional subcategory. What do you think? Other than that, I think everything else looks pretty solid here. There are some things to consider down the line, but I think that will be exposed through more real data testing. And I think as a backbone, this is in a good place for now, and we're ready to move on to states of body. I think that's what we want. These are good. Yeah, yeah. Okay, let's do state of body. Don't think I need to keep writing on my iPad. It's probably just inefficient. That's something I struggle with is I always want everything to be perfect everywhere. This is inefficient. Let's just keep going. Maybe I need to jot some things down, but I don't need to rewrite what I already have in my brain and what we already have inside of Cursor. Okay. So energy and health, sleep for sure. I think sleep would be more mapped to energy. Don't know if it needs to be its own thing, right? Like if you didn't sleep, that's would essentially just be like you're low energy, right? That type of thing. It's more of an energy signal. It would map to like I'm tired. So definitely we don't need sleep. Energy and health definitely makes sense. Um, Somatic makes a lot of sense. This is like your somatic sensory system, right? So um, things like hunger and pain, they're a little bit separate from health, right? Health is like an overarching state of sickness. Um, yeah, I think those are they warrant separate things. So physique, I would say that's a nothing thing. Okay, so I think energy you definitely need. Immediately, I would say sleep is not needed because that would map within energy essentially. If you had a bad sleep, that would map to, some sort of tiredness. It's an indication of energy essentially. Health is another field that we definitely want. This is like an overarching field of wellness, like longer term signals or even the current signals of like the overall state of your health. And then somatic is for sure another one we do want to have. Like if the user says like, "Oh, I'm so hungry all the time," or "Oh, I always have pain in my shoulder," things that don't quite overlap with health. And it's more of a somatic type of issue or measure. They could even be in the positive. They could say, "Oh, I'm always feeling so full. My shoulder feels so good." That's not really health. It's more of like a somatic measure. I don't know. Maybe we could put somatic as an umbrella of health. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think we need two distinct fields? And then lastly, the physique thing. I'm not even sure what you're getting at, but I don't think we need it. I basically think the only thing that we really care about in states of body is how energized you are, how healthy you are, and that's basically it, right? How energized you are, how healthy you are, and then the somatic thing is, I guess, another consideration as to whether or not that should be a sub branch of health. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Stable, current rundown, chronic. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, wouldn't that just be like addict? I feel strong. I see what you're getting at for physique. So kind of like an overall measure for their physical capacity. Is that kind of what you're getting at? No, actually, you know what? Now that you have made me understand what you meant by physique better, I think it actually might make a lot of sense to have. I think the four states of body are good. I think we should have energy, health, somatic, and capacity. And then in this sense, obviously, it's, um, physical capacity other than the mental capacity that we defined earlier, right? Like the argument is basically if we're going to have a measure of mental ability, we should have a measure of physical ability. And yes, like you could argue like energy and somatic and health could be, like three values of that could essentially account for someone's physical capacity, but also not really, right? Like I could have low energy, I could have pain in my shoulder and be feeling sick, but also still feel very physically capable, right? So I think it does actually make sense to split and have the fourth category for capacity as well. Okay, is there anything else we should consider for states of body, or should we move on to states of soul? Also, is this being all updated and maintained within the same coaching memory architecture plan that you pointed me to earlier? I just want to make sure we have a record of absolutely everything we're talking about, because when it comes time to implement this, I basically just want to say, go, do that, and then you do all of it. Do a 50 bomb. Drop a 50 bomb. Push this. That's two 50 bombs. Okay, so for states of soul, the most obvious one that pops out to me is obviously like spiritual states. meaning, religious or non-religious beliefs. Um, but I feel like there's more to states of soul. I'm just not quite sure what. Maybe it really isn't much more than that. Maybe instead of having a spiritual states as like a sub branch of states of soul, just completely get rid of spiritual states, and then basically it's just a catch all for any sort of religious or non religious spiritual thing that anybody could ever talk about. What do you think? I think another option in here is morality. Like one clear distinction would be whether or not morality is an intellectual umbrella. Let's ask it after what it thinks. Flat. Hmm. This is interesting actually, because it doesn't actually mirror the same way, I don't think. It basically should just be like a one word description or two-word description or whatever. A short description is the title of the flag, like Christian view, and then the parse that accompanies it. So it should basically operate the exact same way as everything else. It should be like a one or two word flag, like a title, or however many words, a short flagged title regarding what it is they're talking about, like say Christian values or whatever. And then following it would be the string of the, broken down parse from the user input that maps to that title. So basically, it's a record of what they're talking about and then what they actually said that relates to that thing that they're talking about. Oh yeah, it's this glitch, I forgot. For any cursor users out there, if you're in plan mode, and it gives you a list of questions, and you respond to it with mic input, it won't work, which is really dumb. Yeah, so before we lock States of Soul, I'm just wondering how you think we should handle this. Do you think it's okay to just not have any subsections regarding like, like religious religious states or non-religious states, like doubt, certainty, like things like that, like should we segregate this data a little bit more and give the LLM more structure to work within, or should we just leave it as this one catch-all where anytime they say anything that's regarding any sort of state of soul, like religion or spiritual nature stuff, or any sort of doubt of faith or more existential questions, things like that, it would come in here. We also need to be careful with how we handle this, as well as parsing to the intellectual part of states of mind, because these are usually likely overlapping. Um, so it's just something to be cautious of and think about, keep note of. So my co-founder can't even show up to work, but he wants me to join his jam. Claw initialize jam. Can't even show up to work, but he can run my jam for me. This is his contribution. It's embarrassing. Having sex and doing drugs instead of getting rich. Dancing to electronic music. So funny. Okay, so those open labels within soul states, do we need to be rigid about those, meaning give clear, state of soul buckets that we're looking for, or basically just let the LLM reason, like, okay, what should this bucket be? Like, how should I title this? I think probably if we're not going to impose the level of rigidity that we did in the other ones, we just let it reason about it and kind of figure it out. And yeah, I think that's a good way to split soul versus intellectual. So soul basically holds any statements or like claims or beliefs, and then intellectual holds any of the reasoning going on behind, what could be some of those claims about soul states. Yeah, so what it's getting at is like, say like you're like doubting about religion or something. It's conflicted with figuring out, knowing whether or not it's just a state of soul, or also if the state of mind should capture certainty data as well. I should probably do both. Holy shit, it's Jack Sparrow. No way. Jack Sparrow, what's up? How do you have time to talk to me? Shouldn't you be like driving a pirate ship or something? Shouldn't you be like, yeah, like robbing people, some sort of pirate thing? What do I do? Make shit happen. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm a professional make shit happener. Let me start this up for you. No, actual things, real things. Show you. Hold on. ESB Cairo. Anything that guy says, don't listen to him. I'll give you a quick idea of what it is I'm working on here. So basically, the best way I can put it is this is the first major bridge between the way humans and robots will interact in day-to-day life. So the idea is basically you can just talk to it and it will understand you within the context of your life within the app, and it will know what to do. So like, for example, you could say something like, schedule that appointment with Jack Sparrow at noon. So it's smart enough to figure out like missing pieces of information. It will do follow-ups and ask you. So see here, it's, by the way, it's a phone app, so it looks weird on the computer a little bit, but just bear with me. This is the idea though. So it should take us about an hour. We have like lots of pirate ships to raid. So yeah, it should be about an hour. And now it's gonna fix it. It's gonna put this in here. I can confirm my appointment with you to go rob things. I'll confirm it, and it will lock it into my schedule. Could I teach you? Yeah, I definitely could teach you. I could. Definitely something I could do. Do you have any experience coding? Third year AI student. Cool. Well, the best way I would say you could learn from me is by following me and watching me do what I do, and then copying me and trying it yourself. And then keep practicing and learn by doing. See one, do one, teach one. That's how you learn anything. Watch someone who knows how to do it, copy them and do it yourself, and then start teaching other people. And then you will know how to do it. So, yeah, follow and just keep watching, and then you'll definitely learn. What school do you go to? India. Cool. Cool. Yeah, yeah. I'm university too. I'm in Canada. I went to the University of Toronto. I studied physics and neuroscience. Okay. Yes, we're gonna do a collaboration. What made me come in this field? Because I would say it's really a long answer, but the simple answer is I'm definitely aligned with creation. If I'm not creating something, I'm not going to be satisfied. I have to be making something. And I think the best way to make things in the best way to make things in this day and age is in this way. I think uh, AI driven software development is probably the one of the most meaningful ways you can contribute and create things right now. So it's just yeah, it just makes sense for me. My gay partner, yeah, I don't know. I think he's busy doing sex and drugs at some like dance concert or something. Something like that. He said he didn't want to show up. He said he had to, yes, like do sex and drugs, I think, at a dance festival. Yeah, just Cursor. But I basically have a custom. I built basically a workflow within Cursor, so it's like Cursor on crack, kind of like like a better version of Cursor, I would say. I wrote it. I wrote an entire repository. Um, Basically, the agents within Cursor follow my explicit sets of instructions, which includes things like record keeping, error handling, workflow management, parallel processing, feature building, things like that. Yeah, so I built an instruction repository inside of Cursor that I build on top of. Found someone good on Twitch. I appreciate that. And you know what? You just inspired me to be even better. Let's do 50 push-ups. That's my third set of 50 today. That will be 3 of 5 sets. One more 50 bomb down. 150. That brings us to 1,150 total push-ups. I think it was 1/100th of a rep. You know what the funny thing is though? What's better, 0 reps or 1/5 reps? You know what's better, showing up or going to dance? What's better? What's better, 10 push-ups or 0 push-ups? Or showing up to work or going to a dance party? What's better? Okay, let me get back on track here. Of course, showing to work. See, Jack Sparrow, you get it. You get it, Jack Sparrow. What's funny? Tell us. Tell us what's funny, Cairo. Work from home. Do you believe him? By the way, Jack Sparrow, this is my partner, just so you're on the inside scoop here. This is the guy I work with. If you go look at my other streams, you'll see he sits behind me right here every day, but he's not here today because I don't know, he's got to go to some really important dance party. Yeah. No, we're just messing around with each other. That's it. So, this type of idea for an app, what do you think? Could you see yourself using it? You think it's something that you would use, The idea is kind of it's a way for you to interact with AI where it helps you navigate your life. It will learn about you, coach you, optimize for you, help you be more efficient, all those types of things. Think you could see yourself using something like that, or do you think it's a good idea? What do you think? Good idea, right? Yeah, yeah. Make sure you when it ships, I'll let you know, and then I'll give you access to try it. Oh my! I can see my camera tweaking out right now. It's about to try to track my face. Not, do not dare. But it's not. Okay, so just a quick recap what we're doing right now. I want to give you some inside philosophical scoop as to the problem that I'm trying to solve right now, and I have solved it. So when I first started designing this, basically the only thing that I had in mind was this schedule drawing ability, right? Um, and so the tap to talk and the way you interact with the agent and the LLM and all the data structure behind it was very narrowly focused on that. But the long term vision for the app is that it needs to be able to essentially, you should be able to talk to this agent on any page, right? Like any page anywhere. And then once you start talking, it figures out what it is you're referencing and it will navigate you and, process the data correctly depending on how you're trying to interact with the app or not interact with the app. Basically, it just needs to be smart. Is the point I'm making. And the scope was way too narrow before. It was too focused on just schedule specific tasks. So basically what I had to figure out is how to take any user input and boil that down into the meaningful information that we care about, and then how do we structure that in a useful way in the data so our system can do what we want our system to do. So here's what I came up with. Anything any person ever can say or do ever basically boils down to two things. Okay? So here's what they are. Are you following me? Am I speaking too fast? Somebody check in with me here. Good? Okay. So the first one is states of being. Okay? This is a measure of who you are. Okay? Without tying that to an action. So for example, I say I'm tired, right? An emotional state. Or sorry, that would not be an emotional state. That would be a physical state, a state of the body. I could say I'm anxious. I could say, any one of those things that are a state of my being, my current state, who I am right now, that is not explicitly tied to an action. Okay. Mentally tired. Yep, that's another case. So I have a whole tree here we can look at, and I'll show you. I have all of them accounted for here. So there's a whole here. So the way it's broken down, there's three states of being. Okay, so there's mind, body, soul. Okay, these are all states of being. There's three states of being, and then within each of these, there are subcategories. So for the states of mind, these are the subcategories of states of mind. So there is emotional state of mind, how you feel, right? Tired, mentally tired, right? That would be something different. Mentally tired would be that would fit into where would it be here? That would actually no, that would fit into a physical state. That would not be here. That would be more of an energy level thing. So, anyways, emotional states, intellectual states. So this is about anything that you are thinking or reasoning about, a measure of your thinking abilities, essentially. How certain you are about something, right? Like if I'm talking about something, say I'm giving my opinion on, solving a math problem. How sure am I about what I just thought about? Then we have drive. This is things like measures of motivation, discipline, things that push you towards an action. We have clarity. So that is it's different from certainty. So clarity is about your level of capacity while doing some sort of mental task, right? So how clear am I while I'm thinking? And then we have identity, right? So that's another and that's another state of mind, right? So how do I self-identify? I'm angry. I am worthless. I am the goat, you know? Then we have attention. This is essentially the ability to persist in a task for some amount of duration. The higher attention you have, the longer amount of time you can persist on a task. So that would conclude all of the sub branches of states of mind. So just quick recap. So states of being is the first branch of things that people do. These are the ways that you think, the ways that you feel that are not necessarily, but could be mapped to states of action. Three categories of states of being are states of your mind, states of your body, and states of your soul. We just went through all of the states of mind. It is nearly, I would say, a entirely encompassing suite of data that you would want to capture for anyone's states of mind. For states of body, it gets a lot simpler. This one is a lot smaller. It basically boils down to your energy. So what my partner was getting at, I feel mentally tired. That's a measure of energy. Um, Health is another one, overarching sicknesses or, positive health. And then for somatic, this is like I'm feeling hungry, my shoulder hurts, I have pain in my knee, so somatic signals. And then capacity would be like I'm feeling really strong, right? Like how physically capable do I feel? Um, which is not the same as energy, not the same as health, not the same as somatic. Because I could have really low energy, I could be really unhealthy, I could have pain in my shoulder, but I could still be very physically capable and strong, right? So that's its own thing. And then finally, we have states of soul, and this one is pretty complex, and it's really hard to segregate and structure this data in a meaningful way. So I decided not to. I basically just said anything the user says regarding any sort of spiritual, religious, anything regarding some sort of state of soul. So basically, anything that doesn't fit into either mind or body, it's like a catch-all. And the important thing here is that we don't make the data structuring too rigid within each subfield. So, for example, if we go back to the states of mind, right, emotion. You would not go in here, which is a mistake I made previously, but you would not go in here and try to break down every single emotion in the data. You would not account for happiness and sadness and anxiety and anger. You can't structure all of that data in a way where you're actually going to encompass every possible thing that can happen, right? That's probably not going to work out very well. It's very hard to build a truly exhaustive list like that, and reality doesn't map that well to that type of structure. So basically, the way this is going to work is that we're going to give room within this layer of structure. So we are going to maintain states of being and states of action. And then within states of being, we have mind, body, soul with all of those breakdowns that I gave it. But within, say, this emotional branch right here, instead of mapping out angry, sad, all the things, we're going to give the LLM instructions and permission to reason on the user input and then map accordingly to these sub branches, so that basically we're giving the job to the LLM to figure out, is this sadness, is this happiness. um, this thing is really different than and a very good model. Yes, this you are witnessing the future. You're witnessing the future of how humans are going to interact with robots, and the way that you can build persistent data and structure human ontology in a meaningful way that the model can essentially understand and keep track of and use over time and learn more about you. Like the way LLMs work right now is it just takes text and stores a short-term context window of that chat and then interacts only with that within that chat. And then when you go cross chat, it loses that. It doesn't have parse data in a meaningful way. It doesn't have things structured. It doesn't know how to reason about these different categories of life. So yes, this is a huge step forward in and essentially what we're doing is we're building a structural layer on top of LLMs that they can now reason within. So it's not that we're reinventing what LLMs do, it's rather we're giving a clear structure and clean instructions for LLMs to operate within in order to interact with humans in this type of way. That's kind of the direction that we're going. So hopefully all that made sense. I just finished wrapping up this states of soul. So just so you're clear, so states of being and states of action. This is the other stream of input essentially. And the idea is any user input maps to one or both of these streams or neither. If it's neither, no data is kept. If it's one, it gets stored to that data. If it's both, it gets stored to both. And then what happens is anytime there's a state of action, meaning like they want to draw a schedule, it will query all states of being and figure out if it needs to link those states of being to that state of action. So we've segregated non-action states from action states, and then during action processes, it goes back and it maps states of being to those actions. Hopefully you guys are following me. Yes, in this context, I absolutely love segregation. Actually, in most contexts, I love segregation. So let's continue on here. So I was in the middle of trying to wrap up the states of soul, and I think it's basically got this right here. Yeah, so this was one thing I was wrestling with. The overlap between like a state of state of soul and an intellectual state of mind, where like somebody says like I believe in Jesus because there's a lot of evidence for the resurrection, right? That's a state of soul and an intellectual state because there's reasoning being applied on top of a state of soul, which is more so just a claim about a belief in a god, right? So that data, for example, would get mapped to both a state of mind and a state of soul. So you can see here it's actually giving this exact example right here. Yeah, so the case that it used here is that it was doubtful in some sort of religious faith. So you can see here in State of Soul, it mapped that the title of the parse was related to a faith doubt, and then because of evidence, and then not sure about God is the actual explicit text that it got mapped with, and then the certainty also got mapped in State of Mind, and it keeps track of where that doubt came from, and then provides the evidence as well. So let me just make sure it's getting this right. Where is the actual example gave me? Where's the actual? Yeah, I think you pretty much got all of it. I want to give you an example of this state of soul and intelligence, state of mind overlap. Let's say the user inputs, I believe in Jesus because of all of the evidence pointing to his resurrection. How would you map that within all states of being? Let's see. So what it should do here is it should do exactly what I just said. It should basically map that input to um, there should be some sort of state of soul mapping to Jesus, and then there should be some sort of intelligence mapping to yeah, here we go. The state of mind, intellectual, the label, so resurrection, evidence, um, because of all the evidence pointing to his resurrection. So certainty, convinced, I believe in Jesus. Okay, yep. So here it correctly mapped to certainty as well as my reasoning for it. So it's capturing my intelligence as well as my certainty on top of my intelligence, and then it's also keeping a track of my state of soul. So the one thing that I don't know if I like how it's handling the data is what it's done is it's basically it has a label and then evidence. Whereas that's redundant. It should just be like the title, resurrection evidence, and then because of all the evidence. Like it should just know this is the label, and then following the label is the evidence. Yeah, you did it perfectly. I'm just noticing a little bit of extra information in the data structure. And because we're going to be doing a lot of querying over this data, it's important that we strip any unnecessary information. So right now, for each entry, you're explicitly writing label and evidence, but the system should just know that the first entry is always the label, and then following it is the evidence for that label, right? So it should, for example, just literally say resurrection evidence, and then following that, the next string would be because of all of the, whatever the evidence was. Give me your understanding of that, and show me your new mapping and how you would write all of the data given that. So how are you doing today, Jack Sparrow? How are you feeling? Good, man. Good. So in India, they have actual AI computer science degrees now, because I don't think they have adopted that yet. Feeling little big behind. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean feeling little? Yeah, I'm not sure if they've introduced like AI into computer science much. I mean, I haven't been in school for a while now, so I don't know. A little bit behind. Well, here's my opinion on that. There is no such thing as behind. There is only divine timing, and your time will come when your time is meant to come. And if you feel like it's your time to do something, then all you have to do is start. And once you start, all you have to do is not stop. And that's it. And if you need help doing it, you should probably use my app. Okay, let's see how I did this. Okay, no, not quite like this. So it should be like this is the title here. Not quite like that. It should be a key value pair. So the key is the label, and then the value is the evidence. Okay, yeah, it's got it right now. Yeah, excellent. There's a little bit of redundancy here in the data, but that's a good thing because this is mapping convinced to a belief in Jesus, and this is just stating that they do believe that is the state of their soul, and then this is the evidence for it. So this should be good. What do you think about this change in data structure? Does it make more sense? Yeah. Can't you just have duplicate keys? Why did my mouse just slow down? Can't tell if I'm on the right DPI now. I'm good. Oh. I hate when things like this happen. Your DPI randomly changes and now you feel like you can't do anything. So it's concerned about duplicate keys, which is worth thinking about. But I don't think that could ever happen, right? Like, yeah, so I don't think there would ever be duplicate keys. Like, for example, if they were just saying they were anxious about two different things, you would just essentially append both of those types of anxieties inside of the one key. Like, per user input, it should basically uh, append all necessary evidence to any one one key. I'm trying to think if it's worth ever segregating like separate keys for the same emotion, for example. Like anxious one, anxious two, or like anxious for this thing versus anxious for the other thing, and then having the evidence segregated separately. Maybe that is better actually to have that ability to do segregation. Yeah, and then in that case, we would need to make sure that there are no duplicate keys and they get their own unique names. I think that's a pretty easy thing to tell the LLM to do. Just reading your thing about label drift here. Yeah, so for the label drift, we're basically going to include within the prompt when we API with the LLM as to how to handle these labels. So remember, the idea was not that we canonicalize every single possible key within the emotional state. That's exactly the opposite of what we want. We just want to give it instructions to do a good job within the overarching structure. And if there are some differences in what we would expect from the key versus what they actually come up with, it's probably isn't that big of a deal as long as it's, mapping in the general right way. And then future queries would essentially normalize those differences into a further downstream profile table that I explained to you earlier. That's where we would essentially handle any of that noise into one more like persistent state of being and state of action for the user. And then for key safety, yeah, that whatever the naming condition you want to use, it doesn't really matter what we use. Just use whatever is best practice. Other than that, though, you did handle the data correctly with the key value pairs. And then the idea is if there was more than one key value pair per thing, like say there was like two intellectual arguments going on within one prompt, it would just append a list of those key value pairs essentially within the intellectual branch. Bah, bah, bah. Who's in my jam? Jack Sparrow, join my jam. Here. Jack Sparrow, join my jam. Click this link if you're still here. And if you're cool. Join my jam. Yeah, yeah. Now it's got it. So it's gonna append so it's an array of JSON Bs essentially. So it's a nested it's a nested array of JSON Bs of an array of JSON Bs. That is our data structure, which is what we want. Yeah, the deadline tomorrow. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So perfect. Okay, make sure any of this more recent context regarding how we're going to handle the data and anything else we talked about is a part of the plan. Have you already done that, or do you need to do it still? Yeah, perfect. Goal is one array exactly. Yeah, yeah. Got it. It's perfectly got it. So the states of emotion and states of the body are essentially um, it's a list of arrays, and then there's just one array. Sorry, it's a JSON B of arrays, and then there is for state of soul. It's just one array. Yeah, exactly. We are on the same page, little robot. Okay, so I'm kind of an OCD person and I always need to double, triple, quadruple check everything. So once we actually go and implement this, we're basically going to need to run an exhaustive test that accounts for this data entirely working as intended. So as a part of the plan, can you add an entire exhaustive list of tests that we should run following building this? Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna. No, that's gonna no, a later issue. I think everything is in a good shape. What do you think? State of Soul? I think we should probably leave it as this one array catch-all kind of thing where the key gets assigned to whatever it is they're talking about regarding some sort of state of soul, and then we just attach the evidence to that key. And yeah, I think that's basically it. Or if anything, we put the state of soul inside of state of mind. But I mean, in the data, it's useful, I guess, to segregate a little bit, knowing when they're specifically have these, spiritual or religious preferences. So, what if, like, states of soul, right? Like, so within state of mind, the intellectual branch is basically keeping track of reasoning, but not claims, right? Like, so what if it was like what I'm getting at is like, say they make some sort of political claim with no justification, right? That's not really an intellectual entry, or maybe it is. Like, you could just basically parse the claim with no evidence, and then that is meaningful as a measurement of intellect in and of itself, potentially. Let me ask you. The one thing I'm noticing is that we don't really have a way to catch just straight up claims for things that are non soul related. Like, I believe in Jesus, we can handle because there's a state of soul, right? To basically capture that belief. But we don't have a way to capture claims like political views, for example. Like, if somebody says, I believe in Donald Trump, right? That doesn't really map that well to the intellectual state of mind because there's no reasoning surrounding that. So it's just something that I'm wrestling with a little bit right now, trying to figure out if we should account for a way to handle claims that do not have associated reasoning. Do you think maybe the way we do that is just within the intellectual branch? If something does not have any reasoning following the claim, we just would essentially sorry, not append, we would just make the value uh, in association with that key claim some sort of default, like no evidence was provided, something like that. That's important because, like, yeah, people will make claims without evidence for sure, and that in and of itself is that's a valuable signal. Okay, I see. Okay, I see. It works. So basically, what you're saying is in the case where it's a claim inside of intellectual, you're just saving the key as what, like a description of the claim, and then the value is where that actually came from in the parse. Is that the idea? Like how is it gonna know whether it was a claim as the key or a line of reasoning, right? Like it should be made explicit. Like it should be like Trump support claim as the key, or like Trump support reasoning as the key if it's like the claim versus reasoning type of thing, because otherwise the LLM might not know whether or not this is a claim without reason or a claim with reason. Yes, exactly. That's what I meant. Right, except that in State of Soul, you don't need that claim versus reasoning tag because it's always a claim, and then any associated reasoning would live in the intellectual branch of State of Mind. Unless you want to push back on that and think otherwise. But other than that, you got it. Yeah, basically you add a flag of either claim or reasoning behind the rest of the key value, knowing that claim basically means it's a claim and there is no reasoning, and reasoning means it's a claim and has associated reasoning. Um, yeah. I mean, actually, I'm just thinking, is it possible to provide reasoning to something without a claim? You know what I mean? Like, is there a third case where there's, it's not a claim, but there is reasoning? Is that possible? Okay, yeah, so let's make sure we account for that third case as well, then within intellectual reasoning. One other thing that I just noticed as well when I was reading your data example here is that within the state of mind certainty branch, you've chosen to use convinced as the key for the I believe in Jesus um, parse mapping key value pair. And I mean, that's fair that it can use convinced. I'm just curious, have you established any sort of rules as to how it determines what that key is? Like one thing I'm worried about is like it inventing words that don't necessarily reflect what they actually do. Like for certainty, for example, I mean, in this case, it works where you can use convinced as I believe in Jesus. Um, so I'm just trying to think, should we go through now and basically define all of the key restrictions within the state of mind branches, the state of body branches, and the state of soul branches, so it's very clear what the LLM is and isn't allowed to do. And then obviously we do need to keep in mind that we don't want to entirely restrict it to, all of the possible things that it can use. Like for emotion, we don't want to say like you can only use angry, blah 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 blah, whatever. But there should be some sort of rule, I think, as to how it picks key. And that should be applied for all branches of states of being. How do you think we should go about doing that? Big Gear Energy. What's up? Morning. We are currently working on some back-end data structure. How are you doing? So these should work. Yeah, this one's open. Yeah, this one's open. I am building what I would say is the future of human and LLM day-to-day interaction. I'm building a life operating system that integrates human behavior with LLMs. Essentially, I'll show you what I mean. So it's a phone app first, so you're looking at the web view right now, so it's a little bit weird. Just ignore that. You can see the general functionality. Hold on. Let's just pick a random day. Um, can you do that meeting with Big Gear Energy today? Probably we'll do it at like 3. So this is one of the functionalities of it. It'll schedule things for you. So here it's asking me how long should that be. It doesn't know because I didn't tell it how long the meeting should be. It'll take us like 20 minutes probably. So this is one of the layers of the functionality. So I can confirm here now, and then there also will be a feature later where we can sync up things like meetings. Like if you use the app as well, it'll send you a notification, put this in your schedule for you automatically, that type of thing. Um, so this is one of the layers, but really what it's about is like coaching and like helping people and optimizing, helping people be more efficient, holding them accountable. So over time, as the system collects more data on the user, it will basically learn about them and help them improve. So it's kind of like a life coach. That's why it's called Life OS. It's like an operating system for your life. And what I'm working on right now is structuring the data for user input. So we're gathering essentially information in the right way. So later app functionality can use that and actually do what we want it to do. That's where we're at right now. But yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's a good time to be building, I think. Have you ever seen anything like this? Yeah, I think it's a pretty big idea. I just got to execute on it well, and I think it'll do well. I think it's a good idea. Yeah, no problem, bro. I'm gonna actually go on a walk in like 2 minutes and take a little break, and then I'm gonna come back and continue the next thing. Not quite. I think if somebody says I believe in something, then it's pretty clear that they have some level of certainty with what they're saying, right? That's not the point I was making. I was just saying we just need to be careful with the key that gets chosen, right? Because certain is a very strong word. It suggests that they're 100% sure of something, right? And I'm not saying if somebody says they believe in something that it shouldn't be mapped to certainty. I'm just saying it's something we should be considerate of. That's all. Yeah, sounds good. Have a good day, man. Good luck with your bio. Okay, so I don't want to start imposing all these very specific rules from this background audio distraction. Yeah, so I don't want to impose all these really case specific rules for, like the word I believe should get mapped to certainty and, and all these very, very niche cases. That's exactly what I was trying to avoid with, over developing the inner data structure of, say, state of mind or, the emotional state within state of mind. So I want to stay away from that, where it's like all these very specific niche case rules. Rather, what I'm implying is just that when the LLM receives the input, it needs to think about these things and it shouldn't just map something to certainty if it doesn't really make sense to, right? It should reason about that rather than just saying, oh, if it says I believe for this very specific case, it should map to certainty in this way, right? It shouldn't work like that. Yeah. Pretty close now. I'm going to wrap up this little state of being section, and then I will go get some coffee and walk in a circle in the sunshine. Yeah, like what we don't want is like super specific edge case by case rules. Like that's exactly what we're trying to avoid, right? What we want is to basically give enough structure and then instructions on top of that structure to be smart within that structure with just enough rules so that it maintains what has to be maintained, right? Yeah, so yes, right, yeah. Yeah, yeah. So it should basically pick what is the level of certainty. So hold on. How is it? So is it handling certainty well? Right? Like, I believe. basically I have it. This I said something. I have this state of my soul, right? The title of that state is a belief, and here's the evidence. Then I also have a state of mind surrounding that state of soul, which is measuring my intellect, meaning the reasoning behind it, and my reasoning is, resurrection. So there should be some sort of mapping, right? Like the problem I notice right now is that it's not entirely clear that this intellect maps to this flame, right? Or do we just let it figure that out, right? Like maybe the LLM's smart enough to figure that out. And then yeah, for certainty, basically it's the same issue where we don't know exactly what part of the parse. I mean, I guess we do, right? So the only thing that's really there's essentially a missing link. Okay, so one thing that I'm noticing is there's potentially a missing link across a claim and the reasoning between branches, right? So, like, let's say in State of Soul, I make a claim that I believe in Jesus, and then I also provide reasoning for that because of the evidence, right? So then when the intellectual branch gets filled in State of Mind, the key is getting assigned to resurrection, evidence, reasoning. And then it says, the reasoning as it maps to the parse following that. But the problem is it might not be able to necessarily map that reasoning to the claim that came from State of Soul, right? So I'm imagining a scenario where there's a parse that has multiple things, right? And it could get messy regarding, what evidence is corresponding to which claim if that claim came from another branch section, right? And I'm noticing there's the same potential kind of issue with certainty, for example, like the key is believing, and then yes, the value does say I believe in Jesus, so there is some sort of mapping there, but that doesn't very explicitly map that the certainty is regarding a very specific claim, right? Because that certainty could be measuring certainty regarding the reasoning or the certainty regarding the actual claim. Basically, just what I'm noticing is there's not necessarily an explicit map between and across these different states within states of being. I don't know if that's entirely necessary. Like the LLM can maybe just reason within this one row of data and be able to map all of those things together on its own, like what it's certain about, what the intellectual evidence is regarding, like what claim it's surrounding, because we are handling this on a per user input basis. So it shouldn't get too complicated, right? Because the user is not going to just ramble on about 100 things all at once. But I'm definitely imagining a scenario where if they did, the LLM might not be able to reason within this one row in terms of mapping across essentially claims and reasoning and certainty and those types of things. So basically, I'm thinking there might need to be some sort of flag that connects things within the data structure. It's kind of already doing this in that the parsing might get picked out of the same place. Like, for example, for certainty believing, like it does map I believe Jesus to I believe in Jesus. But in the case where there is no explicit parse mapping, then yeah, there is no link. So this is the major remaining gap, I would say. And then if we can solve this, we're in a very strong spot. Yeah, basically there just needs to be links within each parse across the different states. essentially. So it knows like what certainty corresponds to what claim, or you know. Yeah, so exactly. It should always this is the best way to handle it, like a soft linking. Basically, like anytime it's doing this parsing across multiple branches, it should just maintain the same thing, within the key title. I think that's the best way to do it. So let's see how it's doing the explicit version though. Intralinks. So yeah, I mean this is a good solution too, but it definitely makes the data more crowded, but it's way better, I would say. It's true, it's accurate. Um, so what's it doing here? So it's definitely more complex doing it like this, but that's fine. Let me just see if I even understand it. Hold on. So from okay, I see what it's doing. So it's adding another entry essentially, saying these are all the links that exist. So it's saying we from this place, so from here, so from this branch with this key, it maps to this branch, the intellectual branch of state of mind with this key. And the relation is that it supports it. And then it did a certainty map as well. So it does a branch key mapping, basically. So I do understand this. Um, I think it would be its own column. Okay, so the soft linking is an okay idea. It would hold up in more simple scenarios, I think. The second explicit option is definitely more rigorous and would definitely survive more stress tests, and it's a lot more explicit. I'm just curious. I do understand what it is you've done. You basically linked, okay, this is where the reference comes from, and this is where it maps to, and then the relation is basically the description of what that linkage is. That makes a lot of sense. I'm just curious, is this going to be its own column in the data row, or does this get nested within states of being, or where does this live? Probably it's its own column, or what are you thinking? Also, give me some guidance. What do you think for this type of project that we're working on? If we really want it to be able to do what we want it to do you think we should go with the explicit or the soft link option? I don't want to take any shortcuts if we're gonna just end up having to change it later. I just want to build this right from the ground up. There should always be a link. Losing your mind. I'm surprised we haven't. Okay. It missed state of body, but okay. I just had the idea. I just had the idea. I just had the idea. Okay, I just had the idea. Also, one thing. So I just noticed you missed writing state of body as well inside of the being branch. So this makes sense. There should be intralinks for states of action and states of being, meaning like the linkage gets kept track of within each of the state branches, and then there would also be a separate column for linkage between states of being and states of action, and that is how we will map states of being context to states of action context. I think that's actually a pretty elegant solution that we've arrived at. What do you think? I think I think this is a very, very strong idea. Intuitively, it feels like the gap that I've been trying to fill for the last day or so. So there's, I think it should just be the explicit case. I'm gonna say this and then I'll follow up with it. Should just be the explicit case because it's definitely a very strong solution. Basically you link context intra branch, and then you link, and that's within that data column, and then you link context inter branch in its own column, basically. Where did state of body go? What's that? Hmm. Yes, this is the fucking money right here. This is the. We have finally arrived. We have finally arrived at the idea. This is the big. This is a big idea. A big win. Okay, just a few clarifications. First, it's not that like any state of being input must have all three. It's that it can have of those three, right? Like that's the full scope of what the parse can break down into. And basically, it should never be the case where like columns are just left blank. It's basically the LLM knows this is what it's trying to parse into, and then it just records whatever it actually captures. It doesn't have like a full set of blank entries for state of body, for example, when the parse had nothing to do with state of body. I was just pointing out because I noticed that it just didn't say state of body anywhere in the data that you showed me. I was just reminding you that state of being breaks that down into those three things. That's the first thing. The second thing, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page, that there needs to be intralinks for both being and doing, right? Because it's possible that doing can be linked as well, right? Not just being. So there needs to be intralinks for both. And then, yes, there will be its own column that essentially links being to doing, right? The states of being and the states of action. Um, so there's two intralinks, one for each branch, and then there's also a interlink which does the linkage across the states of being and the states of action. As for this memory links thing, the meta separate, I'm not exactly sure what you're getting at for that. So can you just explain that to me? And then I'm gonna go over this row shaped target that you send here and just make sure that it looks good. Give me 1 second. Yep, you pretty much exactly nailed it. Um, the mapping and how like the branches need to interact with each other via links is exactly what I envisioned. The only thing that I'm noticing is that we don't exactly have like the energy key white nailed down very well here. Like energy probably wouldn't get the key value wiped. Anyways, that's a later issue. We can be more explicit about the rules for what the key values and everything can be for all of these different states across being and doing. That's a later issue. But in terms of what we're solving right now, this seems like a pretty elegant solution. Um, so yeah, go ahead and just make sure we're on the same page for all of that. 6 hour logged. Mhm. Omit null. I love omitting null. Yeah, so it's not just that state of body should be omitted. What I meant is that anytime, anywhere in the data, there is a null entry, it should just not be captured, right? Like basically, a lack of data means that it was filled as null, right? What I'm saying is we only want to actually record what's meaningful, right? And absence of data is null, and that should apply everywhere across this data table, right? It's not just state of body. Yep, you got all the links down. They look good. The two intralinks as well as the being doing link being its own column. We can hammer out more details of that later, but the idea is definitely there. I see. So the memory links is basically cross row linking. Is that right? Yeah, don't worry too much about the exact explicit rules of all the row shape, what's allowed for the key values right now. We're gonna go over that later, specifically one by one, and we'll really get clear on what it is exactly that we want to have happen. But overall, now that we have all this aligned, how do you think this will function now with this type of data structure? Do you think this is a strong design? Do you see any weaknesses? How could we improve it? Yeah. Okay, this is in a very good spot. Yeah, let's go through one of these potential. Yeah, let's go through each of these potential weaknesses one by one. So for the first one, for parser burden, um, basically the idea is we don't care what the user says and we can handle it correctly. So the quality of the prompts on the user's end shouldn't matter at all. It's more so our backend API prompts that matter. And you're right. Basically, what we need to do is make sure that whatever the user input is, it always gets some sort of validation check so that it maps according to the structure essentially that we just implemented, at least for, states of being. Let me read the second one now. So key drift at ingest. Yeah, this is not a big deal. I think if there's some minor discrepancy between, anxious versus anxiety or whatever, the LLM should be able to look at that and know that it means the same thing. So as long as the drift is not so massive, minor differences in naming really shouldn't matter. So for linked correctness, wrong support slash stands on. Let me read this. Not totally sure what you mean by this. Explain that a little bit. Let me read the fourth one now. So explain why you think the fourth one should be an issue. Like I kind of see what you're getting at. Like if in what one utterance the key value was like belief in Jesus, and then in the next key value it was like some sort of variation of that if they kept talking about the same thing. Um, I'm just not totally sure what the issue is because we have a way to essentially link across rows anyways, and it should be able to consolidate any of those potential key mismatches. And then obviously the branches never have different names, right? Because that's a more rigid structure. So yeah, explain four a little bit more, I guess. For number five, doing, yep, we still got to build that. So that's something that we'll see next. For query ergonomics, yeah, I think as we try to figure out how the querying works when the system is trying to look at like historical records, that's something to think about. It definitely needs to be efficient and cost effective. Leading into your seventh point about token size and growth. Um, yeah, we definitely would expect that sometimes users will just ramble on and on and on and on and on, and basically we need to cap that in a way so that um the parsing still happens accurately and we don't lose any of that data in the process of handling, like long utterances with many different entries and stuff like that. Um, yeah, probably we would just gate the user in some way and inhibit them from doing too much, or if we can, I guess be really smart about how we capture those long utterances. come back to number 3. Isn't that the point of the row linking? So for number 4, I'm a little bit confused. I don't see why having different keys would matter. Didn't we account for this issue by having the intralinking, meaning that even when the keys are different, we can still link via different keys? I mean, we can still impose like a soft link a soft link rule so that the keys are, still like naturally mapped without the explicit intralinking. But even if they're not, the intralinking should be able to handle this, right? So that's for number 4. And then number 3, I'm still not entirely understanding what it is you're talking about here. Hold on, let me read it one more time. Okay, I see what you're pointing at here. You're basically saying when there's multiple things to process at once, it just needs to be able to essentially do the linking correctly across multiple claims in one input. I think it should be okay, right? I mean, the very fact that you're doing it correctly right now means that LLMs are capable of it, right? So as long as it understands what you understand right now, it should work. I see. So isn't that a pretty simple fix then for number 4? You can just never have it so that an intralink is established via a non-existing key. Isn't that a pretty easy solution? Like, it should correctly identify what the mapping to the right key is and then write the key exactly as it's written. You know what I mean? I think it should be able to handle that reliably. What do you think? And yeah, exactly. You're basically providing evidence that number three is not a concern. As long as we give the right context and instructions, it should be able to do this just fine. Okay, make sure the plan is fully up to date with any relevant context that we need. I'm gonna go on a quick walk, refresh my brain a little bit, have some coffee, and then I might continue state of doing today, or I might wait until tomorrow. But anyways, just get me ready for that. In here, oh, okay. I'm gonna go walk. Gonna get some coffee, go to the bathroom, get this crab reset. I'll go get some sun. Oh, I'm in the middle of nowhere. How did that happen? Yeah, I'm gonna add real quick in here. Let's add a so some of these we won't be able to do pull-ups. Yeah, we're just cranking push-ups for now. Okay. We're in a very good spot. This is an extremely good think tank here. In a very good spot. Okay. All right. So I'm basically trying to figure out how to wrap this up right now. I gotta go soon. I think how long have we been live? So basically, the last thing I would want to do here is give it some overarching context for these states of action branch, and basically help it understand that this is what maps to the scheduler, essentially, or other features within the app. Okay, let's start with states of action. And just to be clear, we're calling this states of action, not doing. So if there's anywhere in the plan that you have states of doing or, like being, doing links or whatever, it's action, not doing. Um, so the idea with states of action is that this is how inputs map to target function within the app, right? So anything the user would do in life essentially would map to the schedule. And then anything that's not that, right? Whether like it's a template or they want to report a bug feature or whatever it is, any action the user wants to take within the app, that's what this is essentially accounting for. Storing context specific to that state of action. And we don't need to necessarily handle all states of action right now, but the idea is that as more states of action become, relevant or accessible within the app, this is how they get targeted from the user input, right? So the idea is the user gives an input, gets parsed, and it gets mapped to states of being, right? Any sort of context that would fit states of being, the user input gets parsed and mapped there. Also, there is a mapping of that parse to any states of action, right? I think you're pretty clear on this design. I just wanted to make sure that you understand that states of action is basically mapping functionality across the app. And then the link is basically how do the states of being align with those states of action if they do, right? It's not necessarily always the case that they will, but if they do. So states of action is basically I don't have my iPad up here, it's okay. We basically have schedule template, toolkits, journaling, ask me anything, um, bug reports. I think that's basically where we're at for now. Let me let this thing finish doing what it's doing, and then I'm going to give it this context. And I'm going to say basically the first order of business is to start building the data structures for um, schedule targets and template targets. Um, that's basically the idea. And I don't want to completely lose all the work that I already did for my first iteration of this, but I do, in a sense, want to start from scratch. Like if I try to incorporate this with what I've already done, it's going to get extremely messy. Like what I almost need to do is just start from scratch, like which we've already kind of done. We have the input capture table, which is a new thing. And then I think within states of action, we'll essentially rebuild all of these other things. Right? I think that's how we're gonna go about this. So basically, states of action. The question is whether or not states of action lives inside. Like, it probably does live inside the input capture table. Um, right? And then I think the way that this data gets passed on to later things is like then there would be a specific schedule drawing table, right? Or a specific template table. But the actual parsing of the user input should all just live in one place, I think. Yeah. This coffee is so much better. Okay, so one more design philosophy I kind of want to talk about here and see what your thoughts are is basically what I'm thinking is per user input, you capture any state of being and any state of action data and any relevant linkages or whatever. And then basically the actual deliverables within the app live in a different place. So you parse all of the user input within this one data table in this input capture row for both states of being and states of action. And then later, for example, the schedule data that got parsed would be passed in an appropriate way to a further downstream scheduling table that specifically handles like user facing interactions with the actual app's UI and stuff like that. Like for example, where it actually draws the schedule from, that type of information. So basically, like this is just a table specifically for capturing user input in the way that we want to parse it, establishing any necessary links, and then all downstream processes will use this information. Does that kind of vision make sense? Do you think that's a good way to do it? 50. Oh. Good. Good. Oh, I forgot to change the camera view. 1,200 push-ups. Yep. Yep. Just a quick thought before I forget. So let's say the user does some sort of utterance, they say something, and then they have another utterance later. Um, we need to make sure that querying is happening basically upon each utterance, so the LLM can decide whether or not what they're saying now is in any way related to the last thing or the things before that that were said, and in some sort of recent time history or in some smart way, essentially. So the LLM can basically keep track of, is this utterance related to any other utterances, and that's what's going to let us establish that link across rows within the input capture. I don't think we explicitly accounted for that, but basically what I think needs to happen is every time there's an utterance, there needs to be a query of the input capture table for some sort of restrictions, like it can't go on infinitely querying forever, right? But it does need to do some sort of query in a smart way that makes sure that all utterances are cohesive across each other, and so that we can establish inter row linkages properly. The next thing, we're not just going to work on the schedule transfer contracts right now. That's a later issue. The first thing we would do next is basically defining what are the major branches of states of action that we care about. Basically, I have a list that I'm ready to give you right now of what it is we care about. So we care about schedule, template, toolkits, journaling, Ask Me Anything and bug reporting. And then basically what we're going to do at first, the main user interaction that we care about right now for the first working loop is schedule and templates, because those go hand in hand. So what we would then do is go inside of schedule and start breaking those branches down the same way we did for states of mind, body, and soul. So we would do that first for schedule, then we would do that for template. After that, I think we would be in a good state to start considering how we would do that transfer contract for both schedule and templates. And then basically from that point, we have the full working loop, and we should be able to implement a build at that point and test those two features within the app as they relate to capturing all states of being and states of action. Oui. Oh, it's easy. Okay. Yeah. This is the best way to handle the link. Like, basically, like, you can never know, right? Like, if a user says something and then fucking starts talking about something else, and then they come back to the other thing, like, there would be no clean way in data structure to capture that, and like how to handle flagging those channels as open or closed. Like, it's impossible essentially. Like, you could never know. You basically need to let the LLM reason across the last n number of entries if this most recent entry is in any way related to them, and then figure out if it needs to create any sort of linkage. If you try to do that via like rigid data structure, I don't think it's possible. Or it's possible in certain scenarios, but like if the user makes it very complex, it will break. Which users tend to make things very complex accidentally. Yeah. Okay, I think this is a good space to stop for today, at least for now. I have to go somewhere, so basically what I want to do is make sure that our plan is fully up to date with everything that matters, everything that we've discussed in this chat, as well as anything that might have been already in this file that we're working on. Just anything that's relevant that we need to keep track of moving forward. Also, instead of this file being called coaching memory architecture plan or whatever, this should basically be defining the entire North Star of the project, right? Like this is a file that I want to be able to refer back to throughout all of this app building so agents can know what the general scope of things are, right? Like this isn't just about coaching memory. This is the entire data architecture and flow of information throughout the app. So we should rename the file to something more encompassing that type of idea. It shouldn't just be coaching memory because it goes a lot deeper than that. Coaching memory is just a layer built on top of this, right? That's essentially just one of the target maps for states of action within the app. Okay, let's see if it'll just open this. Good. Oh God. Moment of truth. Yep. I'm trying to see if it has a breakdown of each of my rows. Here we go. This. So it has it. Okay, good. Okay, I think this is in a very good spot. A couple questions. Am I good to continue in this chat, or is the context window like way too large now? And also, are there any commits that I need to make to this branch on GitHub, or have we not actually touched the repo at all? I think this is just living locally on my machine as a plan file. Is that right? And then if I wanted to refer to this in the future, how would agents know to do that? Would I just say like go look up the Life OS North Star plan, or how would I do that? We're in a very good spot. I am going to wrap up for today here. I don't know if anybody's here right now, but for anybody who stopped by or is here right now, thank you for watching. And yeah, tomorrow will be day 7, and the day after that will be day 8. And the days will not stop until this says $1 million. And I mean that with every fiber of my being. And I can't wait to see that number start climbing. And you know those like motivational edits you see on Instagram or whatever that show an old clip of the guy in the past talking about doing it, and they haven't done it yet and they're struggling, and then flash forward and it actually happened.